What's up, idiots? Get mischieved on. Get fucking got even. Looking breedable? That's fucking right. I understand we're all a little tense right now because I fucking got your ass. Emma, thank you for subbing. Everyone throwing things. Stop. What did I do? What did I do? Hey, listen, look. What'd I do? I'm just so small. What could I possibly do? What could I possibly do to cause you harm or misery? I'm just a little orphan boy. I'm just a little orphan boy. And I have no desire to be lesser than you. The moment I try to lock in, you fucking get me. You just great timing. Naked? Wow. Breezy, Emma? Shit. I've been here for what, 2 minutes and already I'm being stripped and humiliated on my own damn show? Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know how long it's been since the last automated ad break. So I'm worried if I give you the breezy now, it's going to be an ad break in like 3 minutes. So would you be okay with me doing it after whatever ad break is coming? So that way you get like the time that it actually buys. Okay, cool. So in that case, Christ. In that case, if after this coming ad break, whenever it is, everyone, I forget, you all get to yell at me to remember the breezy that Emma bought. Okay? I'm relying on you to keep me honest. Because I will try to pretend to forget. Hi. Hello. Okay. Ooh, jeez. I'm trying to scroll through chat, but it's still linked to YouTube Studio, so just getting closer and closer to my pussy. Oh, it's the other way. You get so small. Okay. Right there, and I'll click off of YouTube Studio so I can do that. Okay. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, Eve. Hi, Caro. Good job in getting first again, Caro. I think we're gonna have to start putting out like hits on you. Hello, Saribot. Baronis, welcome in. Arthur. Maury. Oh, you made it. Good. Aspen. Hi. Let's see. Gloam Boy, what's up? Emma, of course, you're here. You paid for a breezy. I know you're here. Kobold, welcome in. Scrolling on through, lots of exchanges. Mochi! Yeah. Hi, Mochi. Let's see here. Aaron, hi. I might have already greeted you, I'm not sure. I wish OBS would not reuse colors for names. Let's see here. I think I've said hello to everyone. I got a lot of conversation happened before the show really started. And Temper, hi Temper. Hi. Okay, gang. We're playing more Vampyr today. I don't remember what installment this is of the Let's Play. I don't remember. But we're gonna find out. So I'm gonna start booting this up while you all tell me about your respective days. Oh, for the love of Dove, all things are for my love. My day was bad until I saw Dove. That's what I'm here for. I am here to bolster and inspire my dogs into greater heights of obedience. How was your day? Fine. I took a long nap. One of you was an extra good boy and had a fresh little hot meal prepared right by the coffee machine for me, which I ate just ahead of the stream. So whoever prepared that, good dog, good servant. The game's booting up right now. I'm just getting through all the Splash logos. Which doggy can cook? Okay, gotta press enter 3 times to start the fucking game. Right, we were fighting this this lady. Okay, cool. Are we in? Are we booted up? We're good? We're rocking? Rocking, rocking and rolling. Down to the beach I'm strolling. And the seagulls peck at my head. I said, seagulls, oh, stop it now. Let's see. Vampyr? Come on. There it is. Perfect. Was it leftover chicken piccata? No, it was hot dogs. And I don't generally like hot dogs, but if food is already made, you know? And about that, actually, I'm going to say, as I have said, I'm trying to cut meat from my diet, but it's not for health reasons. I don't care if the meat goes in my body, but rather I try not to eat meat if it creates demand on the industry, which I find to be distasteful and immoral as an industry. So if there's meat already made and my eating of it will not create a need to replace it, then I'll eat it. That's simple. And hot dogs in the lobby next to the coffee machine, just for like one day as part of an event, that's not going to create demand. Had a little lag spike there for a second when we load in. Yeah, I tend to buy clearance meat for that reason. Hey, you know, that's pretty smart. I do think a big part of a store's incentive to purchase meat for resale, however, is the knowledge that if it gets a little old, they can throw it on clearance and guarantee at least a little liquidity coming back. So that is a better decision than buying it full price, but I still think that contributes to the system. Maybe I'll never buy meat, only in special occasions. I also can't touch raw meat. Yeah, raw meat is its own interesting texture. Okay, so we're fighting Doris. Here's the problem. My power in my build comes from my spells, and I'm all out of juice. I'm wondering if there's a rat or two I can slurp in the zone.
I cannot enter.
The boy meat industry, though. The boy meat industry is not bad at all because I am kind of the forefront of it. If you buy boy meat, you're supporting me and my jobs.
For blood.
I would like to maybe, perchance, slurp a rat. Wait, if I... Oh, the creatures are down there. I guess I could farm them. Nah. Let's see what else I got. A level 30 Doris Fletcher. Sometimes you bring it to me directly in your little cart because you don't want to cook it, so yes, you're the primary boy meat supplier. That's right.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Hunting my own meat would be so fun. Yeah, actually, like, you know, killing an animal is generally not something you want to do, but compare that to the horrors of industrialized meat production. God, it's preferable. God, it's preferable. How would you prepare boy meat? What herbs or spices go well? Well, there's this other character in Dove lore. His name is Swan. He was a pretty good servant when he was around. And he had a whole Hannibal Lecter-esque situation. He tended to focus on sweet savory, a lot of honey glazing. I miss swans sometimes.
Your blood will be
Oh, cool.
mine.
They politely avoid the cutscene. That's cool. Oh, oh, Doris!
Blood.
On guard. Ooh, my DPS is pretty good on that move.
I smell it. Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she was once renowned.
Of course, of course.
She be the queen again once they all share her fate.
Doris, I need my stamina back, girly pop.
My blade shall pierce your villainous heart.
Oh my god. Oh fuck, this is not the run. This is not the run. Yeah, the poison. I always wanted to use a hunting bow as well. I've spoken on this before recently. I have really craved deeply the tactile sensation of firing an arrow for the past months. After the upcoming move, I'm actually thinking about, as soon as I'm settled in, taking archery lessons.
Your blood will be mine.
Okay, and she does a little back flourish.
Touché, sir.
Okay, pretty clean, readable combo. One, no, one, no. Juice, please. Okay.
Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she who once
God, okay. I have to turn off lock on if I want to run away.
share her fate. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Ha! I smell your fear.
Ooh, one little clip of that. So I'm almost thinking now what I should be doing. You know, I'm thinking now what I should be doing is, yeah, that was a Princess Bride reference, obviously, and for sure.
Come to me, my servant. Avenge me.
What? Oh shit! The backswing! The backswing! Woo! Whoa! Fuck. Let me out. Let me out, let me out, let me out. She's gonna warp. No? There she goes. Okay, little DPS.
My blade shall pierce your villainous heart, dark prince.
Oh! Miss Fletcher.
And save the queen, my slave.
Okay, okay, we got it, we got it. Wah! Take the DPS, Doris. Oh, that, I don't know how that worked.
Your blood will be mine.
Warps in. Cool, cool. No, that's fine. Is this it? Is this the one? Ha-ha!
Wait. I beg you, wait.
What?
I don't want to die.
And I did not come to kill you, Miss Fletcher.
Speak for yourself,
Will
John.
you spare me then? Save this cadaverous carcass of mine. Does your heart Beat a little faster now. You fancy me then, Doctor?
No, Miss Fletcher. My dead heart will beat for only one.
Only one.
Ah! Is she pretty? Is she sweet and tender?
To me, yes.
Ah! Hate her already.
I love you, Doris.
And this is partly why you must be destroyed.
But you just said.
That I did not come here to kill you, yes. But I realize now the threat you embody must be stopped.
Doris. Doris. If you're gonna burn this place down, that'll be so fucking raw.
Be remembered. Will you?
You were Doris Fletcher. The greatest actress of her generation. No one can take that from you.
Do it, girl. Do it. Immolate, immolate, immolate.
And farewell.
Yeah! I love this archetype so much. One of my favorite character archetypes in all of fiction is the past her grace maddened actress. It is I love characters like this.
Dramatic. I love it.
McCullum!
How strange I seem to find you whenever I'm inquiring about that Skal infestation.
I mean you no harm.
I'm not here for you. But once I've put all the pieces of the puzzle together,
Ooh.
I'm sure we'll have a little chat, you and me.
Stay away from me, McCullum. You and all your war dogs.
That I can't guarantee, Dr. Reed. But I'll let you go. For now.
Exit stage left. No, stage right.
Probably leave the theater right now.
That was stage right. Well, that fucking ruled. Hey, chat. Sorry, I wasn't looking at your shit. I really had to lock in. It was quite necessary to lock in.
But London is not. It would be wise to benefit from the Ascalon's protection while I continue my research during the Great Hunt.
Just even I being horny about you. So the normal. So the usual and the common. Soon I'll be on the stage again, for my rehearsals are almost over. My minions are gathered around me, ready to follow my every command. Soon my audience will return, ready to applaud my art. The young, the gorgeous, my healthy audience. They'll return to their families, their beautiful houses and happy lives, delighted by my performance, shocked by my disguise, touched by my grace, my infectious legacy. They'll spread the disease, one by one, and they'll turn, and I'll be their beloved queen again. And they'll never forget me. And I shall have my revenge on the dirty trick fate played on me. Doris Fletcher, best character ever. But yeah, as I said earlier, I have not done archery before. I've always wanted to do it, and especially lately I've just had this itch in my fingers, the need to draw a bowstring back and let it loose. We should team up and attack Dove together so he'll kick the both of us. I don't think you understand. I'm not an idiot. If multiple targets come running at me, I'm gonna use AoE spells. You're just gonna get burned. You're not gonna touch me. Oh, Dove in sporty Olympic gear would be so cute.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Wait, well then what's the other door? What's the other door? Show me the other door. The other doorway. Show me it. Show me the it. I'm going through a loading screen to go to another loading screen. Dove in the little Robin Hood fit. Oh! I'm going to find you guys the outfit after this ad break. See you in a bit. All right, you perverts. Here you go with your fucking breezy. Idiots. Idiots. This is what you get. Look what you've done. Hi. Do I look any less threatening? Because if so, that's a fucking illusion. Anyway, we're here to play some Vampyr game. Let's see, where the fuck is it? Here we go. Right. No. Like, there was a door... Wasn't there? Was it down here? There was another door. There was another door. That's what I'm trying! Don't forget to check every door. Maybe it's this way? I guess I'm fucking wild. Never mind. Unnecessary loading screen. What if we were holding hands through the loading screen on Vampyr and we're both boys? Big if true. Blood on his face, blood on his face, you big disgrace. Kicking your can all over the place. Singing, we will rock you.
So Doris
Throwing shit at me.
close to her audience to infect them. Contagion through skin. Very disturbing.
Stop right now!
Stop! Stop it right now! Dove karaoke, never. Okay? Never. I'm not doing it. Stop asking.
Women of all countries unite!
Woman jump scare. I'm getting some lag spikes in this bad boy right now. Just saw a very base thing about Ace Attorney. Glum, you're always showing me things about games that I have no interest in. What is it? What is it about Ace Attorney that's so based? Did they finally finish the court case after 15 games?
Welcome back, Dr. Reed.
Okay, you're not a real character. Dove karaoke would simply spoil us too much. It's better getting small treats like this. That's right. I need to sing when the spirit takes me. You can't schedule this. You can't schedule this. Oh, Lady Ashbury.
Elizabeth, what are you doing?
Elizabeth.
I've been formally asked to witness your triumph, my dear. After all, isn't it the natural role of a woman to support her man in victory?
Oh.
Insisted I join the Ascalon.
Please forgive my giddiness. I'm just overcome by the thrill of finally being allowed within these hallowed halls.
Wow.
You have an inquisitive mind. It's quite something. Elizabeth Ashbury, only you can make me smile in these difficult times.
And the same to you, Jonathan Reed. Now go have your little chat with the chairman. I can see he's practically bursting to hear your report.
I was usually saving for a praise, but new job means no stream time. Everything breezy was a good choice. Yeah, it's a pretty solid choice. And as you know, my schedule will be changing drastically after the upcoming hiatus, so who knows, that might change.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Have a drink and enjoy this night, for it could be our last.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Hold on, where is he not in here? Is he downstairs? Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Back to the Ascalon Club, Lancebearer. Please tell us the good news. Have you put an end to the epidemic?
My hypothesis was correct. Doris Fletcher was the source of the contagion in this part of town. She was probably the first to be infected.
And you cleansed her before the hunters, I've been told. Well done, Dr. Reed. You thrust your lance and pierced the very heart of the corruption.
When is the hiatus starting? I don't have a hard date for you. We have maybe 1 or 2 more weeks of streams before I'm gonna have to really lock in. So, and then I don't know how long it's gonna be, but it's certainly gonna be at least months.
But some questions remain.
The important thing is, we won a major battle for the survival of London. For that, I salute you. Now, I have another task for you. One of the utmost importance. Perhaps even more so than the previous.
I'm listening.
It's time for you to perform a most sacred duty for the club. I want you to recruit a new vampire.
Recruit a new vampire? Are you sending me on some sort of diplomatic mission?
Not exactly. I want you to make Aloysius Dawson the Ekon he deserves to be.
Oh? Well, I'll tell you what you want to hear.
As you wish, my lord.
Good. Now go.
How would you like me to proceed?
Aloysius is waiting for you at the Dawson estate. Once the deed is done, I'll join you there to celebrate this momentous occasion.
I have questions, Red.
Before I go, I have a few questions.
All right, I'm listening.
We still get Discord Dove as treats. Discord Dove will be back sooner than Stream Dove, obviously. But the fact is that I need to pack up this whole computer, and I can only access the Dove account on Discord with this computer because Discord doesn't have account switching on mobile. So I'm going to have to delegate my staff, the mods of the Discord server, to be the voices of your lord while I am away. Probably bouncing on Astaroth's thing. Life is so hard. Life is incredibly hard when you're a silly little dog. Who is this loser?
Why Aloysius Dawson?
Because he is about to die. And he just may be the most influential man in England. After me, of course.
Did he choose me?
No, I did. My decision is very recent, to say the least, but it is entirely mine.
Okay, does he know?
Does he know I'm coming?
He can't wait to become your progeny, Dr. Reed. Especially now that you have shown how strong your lineage is through your sister.
Yeah, this is not correct. This is a scam. This is a trap.
You invited Lady Ashbury. Wouldn't that be breaking one of your cardinal rules? No women allowed.
Not allowed as members, no. But considering the circumstances, I thought you'd like to have her here to witness your triumph.
So it's a temporary admittance, then.
Something of a bargain, considering the crisis we're currently facing.
Wow.
How would you like me to proceed?
Don't worry.
No girls in my treehouse. Yeah.
Aloysius had many years to prepare himself.
Boys clubs will always be like that.
Studied our kind for decades.
I'll be so real. There are no girls allowed in my treehouse. Only boys. But not for misogyny reasons.
So shall I just let him drink my blood?
Yes. Aloysius will gratefully sup on your blood. His heart will slow, then stop. But he will rise again as one of us, an immortal.
It's because the treehouse is where Dove Shredder's located. You can't just tell people that.
A mortal body so deeply that some don't.
Leaving my pronouns at the door. Yeah, you can do that. Leave it at the gate. Leave it at the gate. If you can be gender fluid and only a boy while you're in my house, then you can be in my house. Visited one of these gentlemen's clubs recently. Do they just vote to keep not allowing women as members? It's all very stuffy.
Goodbye.
You know, here's the thing. Honestly, I'm imagining if I was a member of a gentleman's club of this ritzy nature in the modern era, And every month or every year, we were holding a vote, and one of the items on the docket was whether or not we should start allowing women. And this prestigious institution has existed since fucking 400 BC or some shit. And I'd be thinking to myself, obviously it's stupid that we exclude women, but we have been excluding women for so long that the moment we let one in, she's gonna ask the obvious question, what made you change your mind? Why now? And that's gonna be an awkward conversation that I don't want to have. So let's just delay it another year. like how do I'm like, girly pop, you're asking the right questions, but listen, I am just the latest link in a long chain, and I can't speak for those links in a chain. And the fact that you might ask that I do is so terrifying to me.
To make him my progeny.
I see. And how do you feel about this?
I love being gender fluid and switching my shit on the fly like Stan says. Yeah, like you're playing Neo.
I'd like your advice on the matter.
The real question here is, why has his lordship given you this task?
Do you think it's some sort of trap?
Do you really want to know what I think about this?
I do, yes.
To make an immortal of a soulless blackguard like Aloysius Dawson will only lead to a disaster for London. The man is already dead inside.
Should I refuse? Perhaps politely suggest that Lord Redgrave turned the man into a vampire himself.
Don't you dare, my dear.
Aww.
According to what I've recently discovered, his lordship could kill you for even broaching the subject.
Wow.
Why?
I've recently found proof that the Earl of Bristol is of lesser lineage,
Oh.
creating scars.
Oh. So suddenly this makes sense. The plan is to have John embrace Aloysius Dawson, and then John gets killed, and the Lord Redgrave is like, obviously I embraced Aloysius Dawson, and that proves my lineage. You know, like this is a bait and switch. This is a bait and switch.
Please tell me more about your recent investigation.
As long as you lower your voice.
Are you sure your information about Redgrave is correct? He says he's the progeny of the great knight William Marshall, who lived some 9 centuries ago.
That's a lie.
Kitty!
Lord
Kitty in the stream chat.
able to create anything but skulls, if the poor souls survive at all.
How can you be sure the information was correct?
I made the acquaintance of a most interesting informer while investigating your maker, from whom I learned the truth about Lord Redgrave.
Why so vindictive? You suddenly sound like you're angry.
Forgive me, Jonathan, I hate myself for it, but
Ah.
I feel such pride in my discovery. I'm afraid I just can't help it.
Which is?
He did serve William Marshall, and yes, the blood he covets as a token does truly belong to that legendary knight. But he was never his progeny. His lineage is not so noble.
What would you have me do about Dawson?
The man is dangerous.
Yeah.
Did you know he plans to build a wall to
Yeah.
separate the healthy rich from the sickly poor? Do not make him your progeny.
Don't worry, girly pop, that's not the plan.
He's dying already. Let the Reaper harvest the rotten fruit that is his soul.
Yeah, let him die. He's an old rich fuck, let him die.
What would happen if I made Dawson an Ekon like myself?
You would add a powerful immortal into a suffering world. An immortal who already craves authority.
Maybe I could teach him control, like you taught me. Lead him down the right path.
Mr. Dawson spent his life searching for a way to cheat death. I'm sure he has spent decades dreaming of how he'd spend eternity as a tyrant.
Wow, good line. Lay it out.
Now, Elizabeth.
Goodbye, my dear. Please, be careful.
Purring kitty, excellent. We love a kitty. Aloysius Dawson.
I have a boat ready to go whenever I want. These hunters won't catch me.
All right, Lord Hutchinson. Trapped in an island with Joss Hutcherson. History of the and purpose of the Ascalon Club. Let's see. Association secretly aiming to protection of the crown's interests. Yeah, honor the perpetuated legacy of the maker William Marshall. Blah blah blah. Members of the club must be of good extraction and flawless moral fiber. Of course, yeah. Impose respectful traditions and behaviors amongst good vampire society. True British elite. Yeah, okay. We're the fancy boys. We're the fancy boys who do fancy boy shit and don't let women in the club. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Vampires have to obey Mendel's laws when producing progeny. Powers pass from one generation to another. That's why Dawson wants me to sire him.
Okay, let me check up on my district health and shit. Ooh, okay, we got to get some cures over to Whitechapel. Fatigue, fatigue, and fatigue. And fatigue. That's it? Okay. Get some cures over to Whitechapel. And continue the looking for my father's stuff quest. I can watch Breezy Dove playing the even while looking. Best online games. Oh yeah, for sure. We're gonna track a journey to the past because I think that's gonna take me to Pembroke Hospital now, which means we can give Dr. Chidana his medicine. Women died too in this war. Women die too in this war. I'll hydrate. Never done a proper online D&D session. I'd really like to. All of my games that I'm in right now, including the one that I run, are online. If I listen, this is not a paid sponsorship. I highly, highly tout the grace and power of the Foundry VTT. What a great system for online games. Only the person running the game needs to own it, and everyone else can just like link directly to their computer and see the tabletop in it. And it has like all the systems integrations for so many systems, and user-made modules to change how the thing behaves. It's great. It fucking rules. Oh, going the wrong way. Dog. Is it this way? No, hard left, John. John, take me with you. Gonna go shower maybe before stream end. Oh, bye Eve. Have fun. Have fun doing whatever it is that you do. I wish I could just blink over there. Love my D&D. My first instinct upon seeing evil-looking guy was flirting, and it worked. The thing about villains in TTRPGs, especially ones that how do I get over there? Well, I guess I can go down and around. Especially TTRPGs run by gay people, is the villains are always hot, and always flirtable by at least one of the PCs. Is there something else over here? Oh, okay. Like people joke about the bard trying to fuck the dragon, and that's like that's like so fucking boring. That's like straight D&D shit. That's Sizhets being funny. Wouldn't it be funny if the bard fucked a dragon? Wouldn't it be silly? Like for them that's the pinnacle of comedy, and for us that's like that's basic shit. Everyone wants to fuck a dragon. Listen, I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is that good, but one thing I will praise them for is letting you screw the Mind Flayer. That's good. Or screw a druid while he's in bear shape. That's good. Worst druid ever in D&D. Oh, that's good. That's cute.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Do you need medical the proximity?
Here. Oh, I don't have any. Okay, I need to make some fatigue cures.
I will see. Goodbye.
Fucking House of Molly's Bear is great. Yeah, I never listen. Whenever this is like far future shit now, but I do intend to play heavily modded Baldur's Gate 3 at some point. And stream that. And because listen, I don't respect that video game. I think it is not a video game that I feel is worth my time. But if I mod the hell out of it, suddenly it becomes great TV.
Done.
Cure for fatigue? I have fatigue cures. What the hell? Does Dr. Shadana not have fatigue? Cure with treatment for fatigue. Do I have treatment for fatigue? I do have it. Why couldn't I give it to him? Why could I not give it to him? Why could I not give him the medicine? Chap spawning a bear on your location times 10. Exactly. That's good TV. That's good TV. Me trying my best just to make a dove-like build in Baldur's Gate, and then chat spawns lava underneath my feet.
It's locked.
It's locked. We had a bear in our D&D campaign as an NPC. My partner tried to seduce it because they thought it was a druid in wild shape. Great. That's funny as hell. Oh, there you are.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Do you need the
Oh, duh.
and that?
It's grayed out because I've done it before.
Please show me.
Of course.
Dorothy's little weapon here. Does some beautiful little damages, don't it? But I'm wondering if... Okay. Does anyone... Okay, no one here needs a cure. Quest-wise... No, here we go, here we go. Okay, I need to look at the actual testament item. This is journal, warning leaflet, warning. Probably read second letter. I'll just remember which hospital you chose to apply for an internship. Okay. So let's ask the director. I bet that's what this is about. Introduced a werewolf to my players and they all got horny for him. I don't know why I was surprised. Never be surprised about that. The moment you put a werewolf in the game full of gays, they're all gonna want to bounce on that. Werewolves are inherently sexy. Every combat we have is ever so slightly horny because my character's a necrophile and keeps staring at the corpses like a weirdo. Good job, Maury. That's a great trait for a character to have.
What news, Jonathan?
I like that.
Now joined the vampire elite of London.
Did Elizabeth tell you?
So it's Elizabeth now. My. Things are moving quickly. I turn my back for a moment and away you go.
He's like, it's Elizabeth now. I thought we were boyfriends, John. Why are you doing het yowie over there when you could be doing gay yowie here? Thank you, as a self-insert. I think Swansea has a good point here, though. Why is it that vampires are having their romances bloom so quickly when they have all the time in the fucking world, man? At least Lady Ashbury should be going a lot slower. But then again, maybe Lady Ashbury is like really into young, hot, freshly turned vampires and is like, I don't know how long this one's gonna be alive.
How's the situation at the Pembroke?
We're still holding out. Question is, for how long? What we really need is hope, Jonathan. Hope for a better tomorrow.
Okay.
Have you seen Lady Ashbury recently?
Yes, she popped in yesterday. Told me about your new friends in the West End.
Just a courtesy.
Your new friends in the West End.
She was en route to the docks, I think, following a lead concerning your maker.
I may have found the source of the contagion. Doris Fletcher, the actress. Thankfully, in the end, she was destroyed by fire.
Really? Oh, please, do tell me more.
Have you heard of similar cases?
No, I don't think so. Except, perhaps, it reminds me of an old report from the Brotherhood. Well, more an article, really.
What was it about?
The author, a friar, referred to a rare form of contagion in a skull he observed during the Black Death. The carrier was always female. They called them icors.
I like that.
Doris was a heavily mutated skull. Almost a new breed entirely. It's as if the disease had completely altered her mind and body. Highly contagious.
As if the disease had taken control of her will?
Yes. Once a beautiful and brilliant woman, she became motivated by hate alone.
Oh, she was a beauty.
Oh.
I met her when she visited the hospital to cheer up the sick. Too bad the fire destroyed her.
She was a beauty. Yeah, I'm gonna miss her too, dude. Edgar, what's your deal? You're very juiceable.
I'll come back.
Always a pleasure.
What's my mesmer level? 4? Oh, Jesus. I've got like 2 more chapters before I can get Ed. And the Goswicks I still haven't been able to fucking touch. Let's see here. 4, 5. There's still someone over here I don't even fucking know. Going to bed? Ah, good night, Glum. Okay. I'm gonna need at least 3 cures for fatigue. Do I have them? Two? Okay, let's go make like 3. So I can have my 2 surplus that I try to get. I like Dr. Swansea's theme. I think it's cool. Kind of playful, kind of curious. A little silly, a little light. it feels like a toying scientific exploration. All right. But yeah, right now we're looking for wherever we could possibly have hidden away Daddy's letter.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked.
It's locked.
It's locked. Wife is coming home and I must serve them. Serving them and not me. Crazy. Crazy. I'm going to read this letter after this ad break. See you in a bit. Good morning. Welcome back in. And also, welcome in EchoNet. Good to see you. Okay, we had just found this letter. Dear Dr. Swansea, despite the actual emergency of the sanitary situation, I must inform you of a recent case of professional misconduct inside the Pembroke. Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan has been found guilty of undeniable unprofessional conduct and thus guilty of endangering a patient. Under no circumstances should a nurse diagnose and establish a prescription without at least informing the referent doctor about her conclusion. You know me, Edgar. I'm not against personal initiative when it is in the interest of all, especially during a crisis like the one we are facing. We can't allow a nurse to perform a diagnosis and decide on a procedure to apply to a patient. The fact that said patient survived is no attenuating circumstance. It just means we dodged the bullet this time. I demand the strictest authority on this matter. Dr. Ackroyd. Ooh. New things to discover. New secrets. They become ever riper for the juicing. Oh, here's Dad's third letter. My dearest child, this is my last letter for you. I chose to hide it in the Pembroke Hospital. Do you remember how disappointed you were when your application was rejected? I'd never seen you so upset. For days you did not say a word. This was the first time I realized the darkness you had in you, my son. A black stone embedded in your heart, hidden to all, which I sometimes saw in your sister too. I feared for you both, for I perfectly knew what it meant to feel this gloomy mood. The dark side of the reeds, the reason why I must go. Now that I know I'm condemned. I'm sick, my son. The diagnosis is irrevocable and death will soon come. I refuse to be seen like this by those I love. This is my fault and my decision. You're so far away now, learning with this Dr. Carroll in Paris how to transfuse blood to save patients, already thinking about how to improve the method you've helped create. I'm so proud of you, my son. But you can't save me. I won't be Aubrey Reed, the dying banker surrounded by his friends and family, unable to leave his bed. I won't stand it. I don't accept it, so I left. Just like you left us to become the great surgeon you were destined to be. The great surgeon I never want to see next to me, looking at me knowing I will die soon. Keep on studying, my son. Become whoever you're destined to be, and do it for yourself, not for your old father who loves you. I have taken all the necessary measures to protect you, my family, of any dangers to come. I want you all to remember me as I was, not as I'm about to be. I leave for I love you, my pearls and jewels. I do it because I have this dark mood in me I hid from everyone as long as I could. In a few days I'll go where I stood when you left us for France. There, I'll leave a last gift for you. There, I'll vanish, never to come back. Farewell, Jonathan. I wish you to be as happy as I've been with you all these years. Kiss my Mary and my Emmeline for me. Take care of them. Farewell, my dear boy. Believe me, ever, my dearest John. Your devoted father, Aubrey Reed.
Southwark. My departure for France as a promising student. My return as a brilliant surgeon. About to be killed. Transformed.
That was good. Nice letter, dude. Banger letter. Wonder what gift he left. I hope it's money. I hope it's a considerable quantity of money. I hope my dad left a lot of money that I don't even spend in this damn video game.
Locked, all right.
Be my only. Gotta say, I like the soundtrack in this game. It's been consistently pretty strong. It's been distinctive area by area, but maintained a distinct identity throughout it. It's a good OST. About the use of garlic and wooden stakes. Let's see. I don't want to read all this in voice. Garlic will never protect you against this creatures, no matter how fresh, how strong, and how smelly. Totally useless. God, that's fun. So please, by all means, yes, wear garlic, show garlic, hang garlic, tell shadows that you're not afraid. But if you're looking for supernatural protection, you'll have to search much deeper than the forgotten secrets of cult tradition. Yeah, okay, cool, makes sense. Seems like being a vampire surgeon. Yeah. In the Spanish flu pandemic in the fucking 1910s. That fucking shreds. We have secrets to poke at. No Antarctic shrimp plague. Alas, that is a something that is up to us to bring to the table.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
I think I need to listen in on those two in order to get more secrets from them. Dan Aykroyd? Dan Aykroyd, please. Oh, he's on break. I shouldn't bother. He's taking a little break in his chair. I can't talk to him. He's on break. Okay, will this count? Investigate citizens' actions. How do I get out there? Oh, I get it. I have to be out of the window. Gonna return to bed. Thank you for stream, gang. Bye, Emma. Have a good one. Dr. Tippets. Can I go around the back of this tent? Is that what I can do? Yeah. So I need to be in here. Close the door. Have your discussion. Come on. Yeah!
How can I be sure I'll not find your unconscious body in the house again?
I promise you'll not find my unconscious body.
For God's sake, how can you say such a thing?
How can you refuse to listen? I tried to warn you for so long.
No, I won't let my only son die.
Ah.
You promised me you'll stay alive.
Your son lied to you, like the whole world lies to us.
We already done been knew that bro tried to kill himself, but now John finally pieces it together. So the moment you said yes, I thought this was me. We're like, my hungry ass could not be a surgeon. My hungry ass could not be a surgeon. Carving up the boys, holding their tender beating hearts in my bare palms, like ripe fruits about to burst with juices. A soft skin that will split with tension under the sharp tooth? My hungry ass could not be a surgeon.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful, I'd rather.
Well, we're gonna get you talking.
Why did your mother...
My mother...
No, we already had that. We already talked about that.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospitalized here because you tried to kill yourself.
Yes, it's true.
All right, then. This is the first time we've really shared information about your case. Shall we call this progress?
Call it what you want, Dr. Reed.
Can I help you in any way, Mr. Goswick?
I wrote a letter for my mother. She was supposed to read it after my death. But I suppose she doesn't have to read it now.
I see. And is this letter still near the place where you tried to take your own life?
Yes. I don't want anyone reading my last words. I mean, I'm still here. If you bring me back that letter, then perhaps we'll talk.
All right.
You can trust me. I won't report you to the authorities. My one and only concern is your health.
I guess I should thank you then.
Perfect. I was wondering why I couldn't progress this quest in so long. It's just because this listening in system wasn't very well established, I think. Okay, so we're gonna track this quest.
Don't waste your time with me.
How far gotta go? Not very far. Anything new with you?
Good evening, Doctor.
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime? Mortimer could be thrown in jail. I can't let that happen. I won't.
I understand you fear the legal consequences, Mrs. Goswick. But don't you realize your silence significantly affects your son's case?
All my son needs is help and comprehension. Not judgment and punishment for what he may or may not have done.
Lay it out, girly.
Goodbye, Mr.
Yeah, let's go get this letter. Let's go read this personal and tender letter. The quest is called Burn After Reading, and that means I'm gonna fucking read it! And then I might not even burn it. I might frame it on my wall. Dove, what the fuck? That's absolutely psychotic. Framing some random dude's suicide note in your house? That... Holy shit. What did I just suggest? Frame suicide note in your office of some random dude who doesn't know you. No, that's wild.
We've got one of them here. All of you bloody killing.
Well, I was supposed to have this hideout for a long time already, huh? I mean, you're his doctor, I guess. Kinda. I'm a doctor in the hospital. Man, no, that's great. That's kind of awesome. When you find this letter, I'll be gone. I want you to know that I don't leave because of you. I leave this world because of the crushing weight that existence puts upon me. These times are too much for me. Sometimes I feel like Baudelaire's verses have been written as an echo of my own heart. When the low, heavy sky weighs like a lid upon the spirit aching for light, and all the wide horizon's line is hid by a black day sadder than any night. It's as beautiful as it is painful, Mother. I can't suffer it anymore. I don't want you to try to convince me, and it would only delay the inevitable, or I would do it again if by any chance you managed to save me once. Farewell, your son, Mortimer.
In this letter, Mortimer Goswick does nothing to hide his desire to die. I could give it to his mother, but doing so would betray his trust.
No, I wouldn't do that. You can't betray someone's trust when they're this fragile. Someone needs to feel like they can trust you.
It's locked.
It's locked. Now, I am gonna drink his blood till he dies later, but I have principles before that. I'm going to treat my patients well. And then when I've shown them the proper respect, I'm going to murder them like I would murder anyone. That's ethics. That's the Hippocratic Oath, right? Do no harm as a doctor, but then fucking get them as soon as they're okay. I've been so afflicted with the sleepies lately.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the
Good
doubt.
evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Here you go.
I have retrieved your letter, Mr. Goswick. I can assure you that nobody read it but me.
Thank you. This is for you, then. For your help. And for your silence.
I think you should talk to your mother. It would be good for both of you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. I'll think about it. Now please, let me be.
I'm not gonna let you be. I need your fucking lore.
I've read your letter, Mortimer. You wrote about an unbearable feeling of despair while the world crumbles around you. Tell me more about it.
There's nothing more to say, really. It's hurtful, it's unbearable, and I don't ask anyone to understand what I feel.
Despair is a deadly poison I've tasted myself, sir. We're only tempted to drink it because we're terrified by the uncertainty of the next minute.
I know that perfectly, Doctor, for I waited for so long, hoping that the next minute would be less unbearable.
Sad boy. Whoa! I accidentally pressed the mesmer button. I did not mean to yank him out of his chair in front of his mom.
Hospital seems to be falling apart. But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I just wanted to get to the previous menu. Or no, I wanted to tab, I think. I wanted to examine him.
Good evening, Doctor.
Not you!
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I'm just cool with this.
I'm all right.
Yeah, like, just watch your son get domed by a doctor. Trust the doctor. This is what I wanted. Okay, yeah, so he's completely juiced. He's completely juiced. We have him. We have him figured the fuck out.
I have to...
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Mommy!
Good evening, Doctor.
Mortimer is extremely vague as to his motivations for committing suicide. Tell me more about what you know.
As you say, Mortimer had no reason to die. All he said to me was that he wanted to make the world a better place, but couldn't.
Why did your son feel so useless when facing...
Grab his face like a normal thing to do. I was checking the size to make sure he didn't have face cancer.
He couldn't help but dwell on such things.
What do you think he meant by making the world a better place?
Mortimer has always been a sensitive soul. He wouldn't talk to anyone for months after his father passed. It's like he carries everyone's sadness with him.
Yeah, bro's just depressed.
I have read your son's suicide note. It was not an impulsive gesture, nor was it his first attempt.
He threatened to kill himself a few times before. But I never thought he would dare to punish me this much.
Punish you? Why?
I've known for a long time he was not happy with his life. But I always hoped he cared enough to avoid making me suffer like this.
Very selfish way to approach this, lady.
Do you realize your son could try to kill himself again? He might succeed next time.
I think about it every minute. But I won't stop fighting for my son's future. That's how much I love him.
It's such a mom thing to think a kid's suicide is punishment towards her. Classic mom shit.
Your determination is laudable, but you are in a state of denial, Mrs. Goswick. Your son has a very strong death wish.
How dare you talk to a mother like that? Talk to me like that?
I'm only trying to be honest, Mrs. Goswick. As painful as this fatal end may be for you,
That's not what I meant to convey with that choice.
I'll never accept it. If my son was to die under your care, well, you have no idea what I'm capable of, Dr. Reed.
Hint failed. All right. Well, she's mostly juiced. Her son is juiced.
do you require...
I have other
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Oh, bone apple teeth. Hi, Starlight. Yeah, okay, we're gonna slurp these two. I'm wondering when though. I'm wondering at the timing of this. So I got Mesmer 4. Can totally get these two right now. Yeah, both of the doctors. I don't know if I want the Het Yowie couple over here to die. Dr. Chidana, I don't have any notes on. These two I don't have any notes on. Dr. Tippets. The only person I couldn't theoretically get right now is Gwyneth and Swansea. Do I want to wait 2 more chapters? Not really, is the thing. Not really. I think I'm going to get slurping. Today. I have to talk to Dr. Ackroyd.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Wrong doctor. Do I have anything on you anyway? Oh, here you go.
Did you know Dr. Ackroyd never reported your experimental research, despite the fact he doesn't agree with it?
Really? I didn't suspect he knew about my work. I must confess I am surprised.
Perhaps he thinks you should realize for yourself the danger of what you're doing.
See how condescending he can be? He can be so irritating.
What is troubling you so much?
I had to meet face to face with the son and daughter of Mr. Fiddick this afternoon.
Wow.
Their eyes. I could barely stand before their accusing gaze.
This difficult task is part of our job, Dr. Strickland. It's our responsibility.
I know. As I also know they'll never get the answer to the question they daren't ask. They were the embodiment of cold fatalism.
Why are you blaming yourself for the death of Mr. Fiddick?
It is our fault. Mr. Fiddick has stayed longer than needed here because Dr. Ackroyd and I could not agree on the correct treatment.
Yep.
This argument has nothing to do with his death. He was murdered.
But if we had performed the surgery sooner, he would have left the hospital and avoided this fate.
True. If he was gone when I was here, I wouldn't have got him. So real.
Goodbye.
Okay, that he punishing me hit too close to my mom was just a parent thing. Yeah, parents. It's an unfortunate thing that when someone's mental health is really bad throughout their childhood in a way that a parent can't help with, every single trusted source around a parent tends to say things about their kids in terms of a child lashing out or going through a phase. Very few officious sources that speak with authority toward parents about kids will say sometimes the kid is just in trouble and sometimes you just can't help. And so the parent will internalize their own powerlessness as you hurting them, you deciding to slap their hand away over and over again. I think this is broadly a bad habit that people can have, exacerbated by a culture that does not question it. And unfortunately, when you see it represented in hit video game Vampyr, it's good writing because it hits close to home.
Good evening, Dr. Ackroyd.
If you say so.
I love this dude. I'm so gonna kill you, Dr. Waverly Ackroyd. Oh.
Do you need...
Not at all.
Thank you for your...
Okay. Well, let's see here. Just gotta make sure I'm grabbing all the notes and stuff that I want. You know what? I bet I've actually had access to Dr. Chidana's fucking thing. Yeah. I bet I need to, like, listen to him in there. I missed a lot of the listening opportunities when I played this. Yeah, I think the game could be better about signaling listening opportunities. Zach, you've been here pretty frequently. Dropping in, saying your classic line, "Hello, bottom," and then sticking around for a bit and then doing a little crime and dipping out. And I'm just wondering, what kind of a wacky character are you? What kind of an interesting sort of life are you leading? I almost wonder, Zaki Lucky 07, if you're hitting about 50 streams a day and just stealing something from a bunch of different VTubers, so that way you can build a composite VTuber in your house out of all of their disparate parts. Is this your lore? Have I figured you out, little man? Your silence speaks volumes. Oh, yeah. Dog emoji. That reveals it right there. Which part of Frankenstein's monster would you like to beat up? The eyes. Yeah, there it is. Listening opportunity. It's over there. Okay. How? Where? Here? Yeah, baby! We got it!
You don't mind if I search your pockets, do you, sir? You won't need any of these anyway.
Ah!
I'm not stealing from you, mister. I'm only redistributing your belongings to people who need them more than you. You see, no one has claimed your body, sir, so it would be such a shame to bury you with your valuables. I will not forget you, sir, and I thank you for your generous donation.
How sinisterly framed that was. Hello. That was framed so sinister. I will say, I respect the dude's grind. Hey, Rakesh.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Hey, personal question. You steal from the dead.
How dare you steal from the dead, Rakesh? Is that what your pawnbrokers is really about?
These people are dead, sir. What they possessed could be useful for the living. And I'm sure they would agree if they could speak.
You should show respect for the dead.
I also monologue my crimes out loud when doing said crime. Yeah, and we still haven't caught you, so
The bodies I watched
it seems fine.
wanted and undesired, sir. I would never deprive anyone of their family artifacts.
Do we have you figured out? We do. Nice. So who am I missing hints on? Ackroyd. Tippets. And the Blowjob Brothers.
Goodbye.
The Blowjob Brothers, Echonet. Need I make it clearer?
I met him in New York once.
Good evening,
Dr. Rick.
Personal questions? No, nothing? Oh.
Nurse Brannigan has been recently accused of neglecting her professional duties. Tell me what you really think about it.
This kind of protest is nothing but elitist bullshit. I trust Nurse Brannigan with my life. She has what it takes to be a great doctor.
Do you really think she could be the next Elizabeth Blackwell?
I love this dude.
Believe me, Dr. Reed, a time will come when skill and skill alone will determine who can be a physician and who cannot.
This dude rules. This is elitist bullshit. What a great line. Sorry, I'm gonna have to kill you later. Why do you rule?
Goodbye, Doc.
Tippets is going off. He's laying it out, dude.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Can I ask you anything?
According to the report I read, your unprofessional conduct put a patient in danger, Gwyneth.
That's not true. I know when my patient's life is at risk, and I'm more competent than a lot of doctors that I know. Problem is, I'm a woman.
I don't see what your gender has to do with your abilities, Nurse.
Yes, Nurse. Because I'll never be a doctor, no matter what my skills. I could make a decision that could save a life, but oh no, that's unbecoming conduct.
Lay it out, girl.
Have you heard of Elizabeth Blackwell? She was the first woman listed on the UK Medical Register. Change is slow, but it will come. And you will always have my support.
To have the right to study shouldn't be determined by sex, skin, or wealth. That's all I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying. That's what she said. She said that's all I'm saying. Interesting. I need a hint for that. But she's ripe for the juicing. So I wonder if that's a hint for someone else. Okay, Blowjob Brothers. And I bet theirs is also a listening opportunity. They're gonna go in this gate, and then I'm gonna have to go listen at that gate. Yeah? What'd I fucking tell you? So this is what I'm learning. If I ever see a character go into a locked area, I need to find a different place I can view the locked area from. No? No? Oh, fuck it, an ad break is starting. See you guys in a bit. And welcome back in. Okay, we're trying to solve the Blowjob Brothers problem right now. And they're already exiting the conversation. So yeah, Beru, were these like just fully not working? Just like not getting the listen prompt? Could I maybe listen from here? No. Yeah, this mom showed up at the door you were at for me, vanished. Ooh. So it's supposed to be like right here. There's no red pool, it's not active. I wonder how frequently they'll do the listen behavior. We're gonna give it one more shot, I think, because I think the game is detecting that I'm in the area, probably waiting for it. It's probably increasing the rate at which they do it. Yeah. Okay, but we need the pool. Oh, there we go, there we go. Interesting. Is that right door? Yeah! Here we go. A little weird.
Sometimes you act like a real jerk, you know that?
Oh, come on, Ozzy, don't be like that.
What, like what? Like someone who felt betrayed?
Gay people! The Blowjob Brothers!
Rescue me.
You know, it's not like that. I wanted to. I was so afraid to leave the hospital, not to be seen with you.
We survived this shit together. That's all that matters. I know you did your best.
Gay people! Making out in the fucking underbelly of London.
Fuck the wall, right? And fuck them all.
Fuck the wall. Fuck them all.
Hell yeah. Gay people say fuck the war and fuck them all, and also fuck men in a different, more pleasant way. Hello, gay people.
Good evening.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Personal questions. Why are you gay?
Tell me about your true feelings for Newton.
I love him. I'm not ashamed to say it. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. I can't imagine life without him.
I admire your honesty. It takes courage to stand up to society. The world needs people like you to create change.
Courage is what we needed in the trenches, looking death in the face every day. I speak plain. I speak my mind.
Have you always...
I'm excited to kill these dudes.
All I know is, before you saved me by the sewer, my only regret was I wouldn't be able to hold or kiss Newton again. I love him, that's all.
You're so British.
Why should you be ashamed?
I'm not, I said. But Newton sees it differently.
Well, he's ready to juice.
Do you need...
No thanks.
Goodbye.
How about you, gay boy?
Again, Mr. Blight.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. You doing your rounds as usual?
You do look gay. Hey, personal question. Why are you gay?
How do you feel about Oswald Thatcher? You are more than friends, aren't you?
I love him. I love Oswald. We knew we wouldn't survive the war without each other. But I am terrified, Doctor.
What frightens you so much?
What if people find out? Oswald says I'm ashamed, but it ain't that. It's more, well, you know, I never thought I'd love a man.
I won't say a word, Mr. Blight. Your secret is safe with me.
I fought for my country and I survived. I saw my comrades die. And now society tells me I'm a criminal for who I love. It makes me so angry.
And your juice is also... You're both ready to fucking harvest.
Are you...
Of course I believe...
What caused you... Go on.
It started... No, you don't.
Okay, we got it, we got it. We got it. Gang, I think it's time. And we're gonna start with this one. Dove, why are you killing the gay people? Because gay people love when vampires kill them. His last words are gonna be thank you. That was so hot, John. John, that was so hot, thank you. This is CNC.
Oswald, I'm sorry to leave you alone. Avenge me, my love.
This is CNC. It is. I can go in here now. What's in here? Dunk on me. And Saber? Yeah, they're gay people. Dunk on me. Hi.
Good evening.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Newton is conflicted about his feelings towards you. Would you like to talk about it, Oswald?
It makes me sad and angry. It feels like the beautiful thing we have is somehow tainted. It hurts to see him so lost.
His love.
I mean, he's fine now.
Genuine. I'm certain he wasn't lying to me when he expressed his feelings for you.
Newton still has to accept it, knowing he'll be seen as a queer, a fairy, less than a man in those simple-minded bigots' eyes. Though he's more of a man than they'll ever be, so fuck them all.
Oswald, tell me about what happened when you were buried in that tunnel with Newton.
It was more than dark. It was black as pitch. Hours seemed like days.
Go on.
Days like months. Oh, the terror. The shameful thoughts. Lord have mercy.
Did people say queer and fairy back then? Definitely queer. And I'm pretty sure fairy too.
What you endured was terrifying. It would have completely destroyed weaker men.
It did not destroy Newton.
Shameful thought.
At some point, I don't remember which day, but when I thought we'd never be rescued, that this would be our end, I thought about...
Say it, Mr. Thatcher. If you ever want to heal, you have to say it.
I thought about what I could do to survive. Just for a few more days. I thought about killing Newton. Killing and eating him.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's so good. Oz, it'll be an honor to fucking kill you. Come with me. Gonna throw one body on top of the other, because that's Yowie.
Newton, don't be sorry. We'll meet again soon, and we will be serene and beautiful.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Dunk on me. Nice last words. Oh yeah, beautiful. My opium chest. I love them. That's so true to real life gays, having their secret den down by the river where they make out, say fuck the war, and do opium. That's the LGBT community. Still short on a hint for Dr. Corcoran Tippets and Dr. Waverly Ackroyd. Nothing on Ed. I bet that's gonna be chapter related shit. We still got to go to Whitechapel and distribute some fucking cures. This is the way, right? Yeah, this is the way. Do you know the way? God! Get the... No! Ugh. That meme was rancid. It fucking desiccated on my tongue as it left. Grah! Ugh. Guh. Eh. I feel like I just coughed and there was like mummified dust of a dead meme on my breath. Okay, just follow through right up there. I hear Dogman. Scowls and a Dogman. Oh, ooh. Woo, woo. Did not mean for my gun to be equipped on that.
Most of them don't speak English. How am I supposed to interview?
Mr. Darby.
Good evening, Doc.
No.
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
Women can vote? Then what's the suffragette yelling about? Because it's only if you own land. So that's like a false access.
How are conditions?
I always thought it was my role to...
And you're not sure?
Emptied coffins. Cannibalism. Walking dead. I'm trying to report the truth about what's going on, but no one believes it anymore.
Goodbye.
Let's do a quick check on everybody in Whitechapel right now. Christina Popper. Okay, I need to distribute a cure to Peterson, Lewis, and Whitaker.
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Sorry, girly. I would love to support your industry, but I'm not interested in the femmes.
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
Your money is the only thing I need right now, Doctor.
Do you have like a Ko-Fi or a Patreon?
How are the
When I think about all the people who died...
Can I Venmo you?
England, it seems we escaped a war just to die on foreign shores, hated by all.
Yeah, I got nothing for you, sorry. Yeah, Christina, what's your PayPal, girl? They had PayPal back then. Hey, can I get you some money on Stripe? On Square?
You again? Can I offer you my medical expertise, Mr. Peterson?
Keep your medicines for others.
Bullshit.
There is a thin line between pride and stupidity, sir. Please take this medication. You'll feel better.
All right. I'll take it then. It's not like I don't appreciate the gesture.
Okay, I'm short 2 hints on you. Including a person from your social circle I just don't know at all.
Cheap price, good quality. Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you? Do you need...
To be honest, I'd prefer you take...
Here you go.
I don't quite
really.
Yeah, yeah.
How are the current conditions in Whitechapel?
When there's more people outside at night than during the day, then you've got to start to worry.
Yeah. Nothing. Okay.
Goodbye.
I feel like hearing these two yell at each other might be another listen opportunity I'm just not picking up on.
Never had taken up my father's
You two gonna start yelling at each other again? Come on. Ah! Lord, how do I force myself to work on my thesis when I actively really don't wanna? My ADHD meds make it easy to keep writing once I've started, but start feeling halfway impossible. Both legal and illegal tips welcome. Okay, cool. Caro, thank you for redeeming wisdom. We can absolutely help you out with this. I also suffer with the ADHD. Starting is always, as you know, the hardest part. Here is the best thing that I can advise you on. Regardless of whatever your thesis is, if it's something you need to write, you need to start asking yourself questions about it, right? I want you to imagine someone in the room with you that you are explaining what your thesis is going to be about to. They're asking questions, they don't know anything about it, and you are going to imagine them asking you questions, and you're going to be answering them concisely, trying to explain what you know off the top of your head. And you're going to find that you start having, you're going to start focusing in on what's interesting. In fact, if you want, what you could do is tell me what the topic of your thesis is, and I'll ask you some leading questions. And what you're going to do is have a piece of paper nearby and just write down quick notes about what your answers are like. And that's going to help you approach starting the actual writing process by getting a good direction on what's fun or exciting to explain, what are things that people might be curious about. Make it feel conversational. Because if people have ADHD, having them put information to paper or text to a blank wall of a screen or a text document is not engaging or exciting. But having them yap about it to someone, either for real or imaginary, is so engaging. It's so fun and exciting. It gamifies it. Also, I recommend ginseng tea. That shit is weirdly magical. It's disgusting, but ginseng tea always helps me lock in whenever I have to do something. But that is my wisdom, and I'm going to keep on playing from here. But if you want to tell me what your thesis is about, I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Oh, why is this being held for bullying? Oh, because you said fuck ass. Oh yeah, I'm writing about this one gentleman's. I'm questioning whether it's really only men in Ugarit. I'm using fuck ass French sociological theories about habitus and ritual and such. Okay, cool. So, when you say gentlemen's, I'm assuming you're referring to like a gentleman's club that we saw here in Vampyr, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So I think primarily what I would be most curious about as a reader on that thesis is how has the practice of having a gentleman's club, a boys club for adults, how has that practice evolved over time? More importantly, what hasn't changed? What has not changed since the days of Ugarit? That would be my primary curiosity. So go ahead and get yapping about that. You can yap here or in the Discord that EchoNet's trying to get. Echo, let me get a link for you because I see that you want in. Go ahead and click that, anyone who's not in the Discord, and answer some questions. We'll get to you when we can. Okay, okay. Investigate actions? Fuck. Fuck.
On this time.
Let me out, let me out, let me out. That was a talk to. I want to investigate actions. Jesus. I accidentally interrupted his whole fucking thing. Why did it, like... There. Can I get him now? Maybe when you two start bitching at each other, I can.
Joe, please, I don't have your money. Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind. Can't you just look the other way this week, Joe? Come on, we can sort it out, right? It's not my call, Barrett.
Speedrunning this game must be a fucking nightmare.
Please, Joe. How long have we known each other? We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake. I'd prefer not to give you another beating, Barrett.
Okay, well, if I'm gonna wait for you guys to get your shit together, I'm gonna go give this guy his meds.
Good evening.
It's Father Whitaker, my son.
Don't you...
Faith gives me all I...
No doubt your faith will prevail, but let me give you some extra protection against the devil's work. Medicine.
Blessed be your generosity.
Tell me the reason why you despise Joseph Larrabee so much, Tobias.
A faithless shepherd is the worst criminal.
Ooh.
For he leads his flock to the abyss by disregarding the right path. God smote this man, for he doubted.
I only met him briefly, but he seemed a dedicated man who tried to provide guidance.
Do you not believe in punishment, my son? I am not talking about the law of men. I am talking about judgment from heaven.
I love how nuts this dude is.
I believe that we are, as men, our own judges, juries, and executioners.
Armageddon is upon us, Dr. Reed. The final battle where every soul will be weighed. I'm afraid yours will burn for a long time.
He's nuts. He speaks so calmly, and I love it.
How is the sanitary system?
Don't you hear the trumpets? The apocalypse is upon.
Okay, we're short one.
I've had enough for tonight.
Maybe I gotta listen to him proselytize. Are you two ready yet? Would be nice. Oh, Cadogan Bates, you up to something? Can I eavesdrop on you so I can finally kill you? Yeah. Okay, okay. You're about to go to a door again, and I had the prompt while you were banging on this door. Not that door. That's not even a door, you're just taking a piss. This is a little bit irritating. Stop pissing, start yapping. You yapped in Discord? Awesome. Thank you. You're doing better than Joe is. Okay, investigating. I get it. So when they're up to something, you gotta keep your camera on them for a while. Then they'll... Ooh, ooh, oh. What are you doing, Bates? Was I supposed to get in there with you? God, I was. Fuck. Talking to someone unknown? Can I go in? Fuck. Yes! Haha!
So you only hurt people because you care about me? Is that it?
Don't be such a brat. I do what I must to provide us with food and medicine, that's all.
Mum would never have let you bully an old friend like Mr. Lewis. Shame on you.
Harry, I'm your father and I love you. But don't you ever speak to me like that again.
What? You're gonna beat me too?
Jesus. Give me patience.
Wow. Tensions rise in the family. Wow, 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 wow. All right, let's confront this dude about this.
Joe, please.
No.
You again? What do you want this time?
Personal question.
Why is your relationship with your son so difficult?
Harry and I are so different. Sometimes I wonder if he's my own blood.
We already figured out that he's not.
Seems he's ashamed to be my son.
Why not change that then? If you used your strength to do good, perhaps Harry wouldn't feel that way about you.
How dare you tell me what I should or shouldn't do with my boy? Who the fuck are you to interfere like that?
I don't doubt your motives. I'm certain you simply wish to provide for your family. But this desire might be the cause of your misery.
I don't think I like your attitude, sir. In fact, I'm starting to dislike your face so much, I might try to improve it, see?
I'd like to see you try, Colossus Joe. In the meantime, are you sure I can't be of any help to your son? I am a doctor, remember?
Never. Harry's complicated. Fragile, you could say. Doesn't mingle with strangers. Now leave us alone.
It failed. I'm still short one on you, dude. What if I talk to your boy, though? I just see you try. Yeah, it's super fun. Ugh.
Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Yeah, I'm coming in.
Your father is worried about you, boy. He asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay then. Come on in. I'm a Harry, by the way.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Is there only pain and suffering in this world? This is like if Pathologic was playable. Pathologic. I still don't know where the emphasis is in that one.
It's locked already.
Ah! Alright. Well, I gotta hydrate, and also an ad break is starting in like 20 seconds. So I'll see you in a bit. And welcome back in. Let's see here. Get out of that, minimize that. We're currently robbing these people's house. Job refusal letter. Oh, hell yeah. They refused his job at the dockyard. Excellent. Involving myself in the personal lives of strangers just to make their blood juicier when I fucking get them.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Dove, would you make for a good thief? Yeah, technically. I'm not very stealthy. My stealth, if I have it, goes into disguises. I'm very good at being seen, but as someone who's supposed to be there. Or, just threatening someone saying, give me the loot. I'm not very good at actually sneaking.
But you are not responsible for your father's actions.
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't born, people wouldn't be worrying about
If I'm worried someone's going to notice me, I'll just light them on fire before they can say anything. Which then becomes very loud.
Mr. Lewis about it.
I don't go out often, but yes.
Did I miss anything? No, we just had a break.
I guess my father frightens him too much.
Disguise stealth is fucking hilarious. Disguise stealth is a good excuse to get Astaroth to buy me little outfits that are so cute.
You and your father have a difficult relationship, Harry. Tell me, did he ever hurt you?
No, never. My father can be brutal and rude, violent even. But he never touched an hair on my head.
What is
an hair on my head?
It's his job, if you can call it a job. He bullies people. Men and women we know, like poor Mr. Lewis, is just not right.
I can't imagine you wearing clothes that aren't scrubs. I love having little outfits.
Do you remember when Barrett Lewis was close to your family? To your mother?
Not really. I was too young. But I remember Mr. Lewis was funny. He often had dinner with us.
What's your favorite little outfit? I love dressing in a princely OG fashion kind of way. Anything CL Phantom Hive has worn in Black Butler is something I would wear, including the dresses. I like having little costumes. Maury did a lovely illustration of me in a schoolboy disguise, and that was very cute.
How was he towards you?
He was nice, I guess. He never forgot my birthday.
Gosh, the dresses are so pretty. Yeah, Yanatoba's is a fashion icon.
Why are you sad then?
Because it hurts to remember a time when my father used to laugh and smile. It hurts to realize he's as sad as me now.
So sad, this little boy.
Would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities. But I'm not sure it would be enough.
Why is that?
Sometimes I suspect it's me, Dr. Reed. Or it's this life. It's like I can't find my place.
Excellent. How do you feel?
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine. I'm just tired of being sick all the time. If only I could be tough, like... Well, you know.
Speaking of which, what can you tell me about your father?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things. That's all I have to say.
Wow, he's so sad.
Do you need any medical help, young man?
Yes, I do. I feel so tired.
Here you go.
You'll feel better with this. But you need to get a grip, young man.
I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea.
He was anemic.
A world like this.
Forgive my bluntness, young man, but you don't seem happy living
here. Why should I? I never wanted to come here in the first place. It was my father's decision. And look around you. Does this look like a nice place to live?
What's anemic blood like? Refreshing. Very thin. I prefer it, frankly. I remember earlier in the manga, Lau mentioned something about dressing up Sail in Asian-style clothing. Yeah, a little chipao, I believe, which was so cute because I think we got like a panel where someone was envisioning it or imagining it. I know I have at least seen art of it. It might not have been official. Hmm.
You have a roof over your head, a place to call home. Many people here are not as lucky, you know.
That's exactly what my father says. Harry, you should be grateful for what you've got. I wasn't even consulted when we moved here.
Mm-hmm. You feel so powerless.
If life here is so terrible for you, why don't you just leave this place? Have you ever spoken to your father about it?
I don't go outside. It terrifies me so. I went outside once without my father noticing and I saw terrible things. Bloody and frightening things.
So that's why you stay at home all day? For fear of the epidemic?
I'm not afraid of disease or death, Dr. Reed. It's the living I'm afraid of.
Yeah, he saw something horrible. What a guy.
Have you...
Nobody dares to enter the dispensary now.
Do you need any medical help?
We've got him. He's almost completely ripe. No, he is. We failed to hint, but he's ready. Oh my god, we can get the whole trifecta right here. We can knock him out. Let's do it. Let's kill this boy. Come with me. Sad boy, sad boy, sad boy.
Death is so cold. I hoped it would be more meaningful.
He had a semi-automatic pistol. It should be me. Mochi. 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 You're special. I would bite you if you requested it. All right.
You never...
And you're ready to juice, so we're gonna juice you. Come with me. Come with me. Bamba. Wah wah. Wah wah. Oh, just right down here. Just right here at the bottom of the stairs, please.
I never had any luck in my life. And now I die alone.
Hi, Joe.
You again?
Harry doesn't seem happy living in Whitechapel. Why did you make him come here?
I've always put my son's interests above everything else. Whatever.
Welcome back, Aquanet.
Our house is small but affordable. The walls are thin, but the door is solid.
You really love your son, don't you, Mr. Peterson?
He's my pride and joy. Even if he hates me for the choices I make and pushes me buttons more than he should.
Since the criminal nature of your job means you could be arrested, are you not afraid of what would happen to your boy if you were?
No one will ever take my son away from me. If that ever occurred, I'd hunt the bastard down and rip off his head with my bare hands.
Uh-huh. I think I saw him at the bottom of the stairs over there.
Do you have any regrets?
Only one.
No regrets.
Not to have my beloved wife by my side. She died when Harry was little. My sweet Jane. She gave the boy confidence.
Why do you keep on working for the gang, Joe? You know it doesn't suit you.
It's true, I hate this job. And I know I made some bad choices, but I'm a wet boot boy now. People won't forget it.
You could leave tomorrow. Start another life in another town.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. We are poor.
Poor.
Son's weak, and there's no way he'll endure another disappointment.
Well, Joe, it's been lovely talking to you. Come with me. We have a rendezvous at the bottom of the stairs. I do love juicing day in Vampyr. It's juicing day, baby! Dr. John solves all drama.
My son. Who will take care of him?
I took care of him already, pal.
Are you a good father?
Don't worry, man. I already took care of him. It's fine. Yeah, he's taken care of. Son's all good. I gave him the sexiest thing he ever could have experienced in his miserable little life. Can't wait to see what happens when you sleep next. Yeah, it's gonna be wild. Ooh, barbed cudgel? 30 stam damage and 190 normal. John, what are you currently using as your 35 stun versus... Oh, the cudgel is a main hand. 190. But it's a lot slower. It takes more stam. Nah. I prefer the faster sword. Alright. Father Whitaker, I feel like I need to investigate.
Soon the time will come when you will all be judged for your sins. Even now, he judges your words and actions. The wars of men should not be...
Okay, he's just yapping. Not doing anything, okay. Unless you want some tissues, huh? I'm gonna kill you. I bet I'm able to get up here because I'm supposed to be listening in on something. Wait, is this baby like... Oh. Uh-huh. There we go. Yeah, they're having a rendezvous. I feel like I'm starting to understand this game a lot more.
You still want more from Christina?
When we spent the night together, my wallet went missing.
Are you calling me a thief? I don't have your stupid wallet.
I know you. You're a nice girl. Can't we solve this amicably?
No, I don't think so. And if you think you know me just because we shared the bed together, you're just a lousy and arrogant journalist.
Get his ass, Christina. Ahem. Hello. I'm just chilling here, don't worry.
Good evening, Doctor.
Hey, personal question.
Tell me, Clayton, do you really think this young woman stole your wallet?
Christina? Yes. I recently met her. A nice girl, despite her questionable conduct.
How exactly did you...
During my investigation, I offered my hotel room to her to rest and get away from the street.
And what happened?
The next morning, my wallet and my watch had disappeared. I suppose that's what you get for being a good Samaritan.
I think he's lying.
Going to sleep with a lady of the night, Clayton. I would advise you to be cautious.
I can't really be mad at her, though.
Was it wise to become so intimate with a woman you were supposed to interview, Clayton?
Maybe it was. But I have learned to look for the inner truth and beauty in people.
You're right.
Whatever you want to hear.
Little of your situation. What can you tell me about Christina?
She's very sensitive. So nostalgic about her country. I saw her cry once because she'd lost a precious souvenir from her homeland.
What was it?
A scarf her brother gave her before she came to England.
Why are you so concerned? You seem to have
Is this a quest?
on your mind, Mr. Darby.
That we could make peace if I could find it and give it back to her.
Ah.
I'm afraid she lost the scarf somewhere during her night shift.
So we gotta ask her about it. Awesome.
Goodbye.
I'm happy we're finally getting this mechanic to work. That way? Okay, well first let's talk to her.
Good evening, Christine.
Change your...
Did you steal?
Of course I stole it. But I never thought he would come back to look for
The
it.
cutscenes always spy very fun. Yeah, I love this sort of thing in video games.
I thought he was different from other men. In the end, he just wanted to sleep with me. Same as the others.
Mm-hmm.
Mixing money with passion rarely delivers a beautiful story.
Lucky me. I don't believe in beautiful stories anyway.
Oh, I love you. Christina, you're incredible. Okay, one more hint to find for her, even though I failed that one. Will you suck off Christina? I'm not into femmes. With respect, I respect women greatly. No. I'm certain her cock is massive, but like I'm not there for it.
Easy does it, boys. We can do this.
In here? Hello, dog. Woo! Dog. I like the sword. I like the sword. I like fighting with swords. Ooh, ah, ooh. Okay, in here. Level 12 and 14. These guys are nothing. I was supposed to do this shit a long time ago. Well, we got it. I should practice more cooking. This thought came because I think about how cute it'd be to see Dove eating. I am an adorable eater. I eat so fast, big bites. My little cheeks puff up. I like slurping noodles a lot. I do love a noodle.
Good evening. I found this scarf.
Dr. Reed, I'm
Mr. Darby.
the journalist.
But as a journalist...
Yeah, he's into her. I get it.
I believe love has neither boundaries...
Do you like spicy noodles, bulldog, and such? I do, but unfortunately, I have the white people palate and the white people tolerance. I do need to cut a lot of that heat with creams like cheeses and heavy cream. I can have cheesy bulldog, but not bulldog normal. Use eggs? That makes sense.
Goodbye.
Okay, Darby's ready to harvest. Christina's ready to harvest. Well, then I think it's time to fucking harvest them.
Good evening, Doctor.
Come with me. Right here by the church. Meow. He's so cute. You see Dove saying spicy nudes, tears in his eyes, doing a thing where you just want to open your mouth and ear out. I'm down horrendous today. Listen, I do that. I do that. I'm like, oh, I love it. It doesn't love me, but I love it. Snot coming out of my nose, streaming tears.
Christina, I love
my lips all swollen from the heat.
I should have told her.
His diary. I'm not gonna read all that. TLDR. I usually have the sniffles for like an hour after I eat spicy noodles. I'm like, Christina. Where are you, Christina? Hi, Ghost. Ghost, do you like spicy noodles like Bulldog?
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Yes, I do. Good boy. Very good boy.
Clayton's feelings towards you are romantic and serious. Is this feeling mutual, Christina?
That is the least of my concerns, Dr. Reed. Perhaps Clayton has time to think about these things, but I don't.
If you had time to question your heart, what would it say?
That men are pigs. But it doesn't bother me as long as they pay.
Christina, you're such a queen. I'm so sorry I'm gonna have to kill you right now. In a non-women respecting moment, I am gonna have to murder you for experience points. Come with me. Misogyny moment. I'm doing the thing the game wants me to do that I'm doing to literally everyone. Except for a small handful of characters that I find exceptionally charming. Don't mind me, Father Whitaker. Just taking this woman of the night to a secluded secondary location. For sex, nothing else. Certainly nothing other than that. Wholesome alley sex, certainly nothing else.
Brother, I'm sorry. I was not strong enough.
Ooh, she had a dagger. With blood absorption? Shao. But it's an offhand weapon. I would prefer offhand to be stun and main hand to be DPS and bleed. Father Whitaker, I would really appreciate anything. Can I go in the church? No. What's the... Oh, okay. Why is Whitaker so stanced up? Changing your ways! Or changing your name. That's how he looks. Dog. Woo. Stop. Don't get cute with me, Wolfman. Woo. Got him. Stupid. Dove trying to not to flirt with someone twice the size is impossible. Ha ha. Try triple size. I have standards, idiot. I haven't seen Nethercott in a while, so I'm wondering if there's just anything I can talk to him about.
Good evening, Mr. Nethercott.
And good evening to you too, my good.
Answer the age-long question of vampire versus werewolf. Oh, you mean who tops? I think it's obvious.
Did you know the mute florist is a member of a secret society?
Hello? Who is that?
But I thank
Hello?
you for this information, sir, for it only enriches the mystery surrounding the precious camellia.
Are you not curious? Is there not more you wish to know?
I meant fight. No. No.
Whatever she may be,
That's not what you meant.
certain to be for the benefit of
That's not the cultural question that matters.
I fear you are a hopeless romantic, Mr. Nethercott.
Guilty as charged, Dr. Reed.
This dude looks like someone I know in real life, and it's crazy to me.
How is the
I'm short 2 hints on him, but I think I know who I can talk to about it. I mean, this dude looks like he's holding the fart. I've known people to hold a fart. Editor refusal letter. Mr. Nethercott, thank you for sending your book of poems, Songs from the Defeated City, which we found as interesting and profound as we told you the first time we received it. Alas, in the terrible times our country is currently facing, you must understand such a title would be totally inappropriate for any publication. Thus, since you so refuse to change your title and demand full publication of or none of your work, sorry to announce that your certificate publishing shows the second option. Literally just, oh, that's rough. Hey, Rich.
Good evening, Mr. Nethercott.
And good evening to you.
Can I call you Dick?
You don't really make a living from your scribblings, do you, Richard?
No, sir, I don't. I work so hard. I put all my time, my energy, my devotion into the precise carving of words.
When she was younger, my mother was a painter.
Good incredible stretch. I needed that.
She told me many times
I'm dizzy.
her artist friends were, and how she helped them.
My parents pay for my rent, my food, and my clothes. All I have to give them in return is lies they do not believe.
You seem embarrassed.
Someday I hope to proudly offer my first publication to my parents. Until that day, I'll remain the failure of a son they have to support.
Wow. Well, he's ready to harvest. Yeah. Die. We're juicing everybody in Vampyr. It's chapter 4 and we're getting the fucking juicer fired up. Throw him in the juicero. What's that? It's a juicero.
splendor at all. Oh, I see it now. I see it. Oh, the verses I could write.
I realized Daphne just heard the says must be this tall to write. Would love that. Dunk on me.
Hello again, miss.
Well. Oh, hold on. She's too strong to juice. Her mind is too powerful.
You don't seem to need my...
Well,
Very...
Queen, that man won't be bothering you for a while. I'll be back, though. Can't get Whitaker yet. The Swanboroughs I could get. The Palmers I could get. South Shun I can get. In fact, I really should. Alright, I'll see you guys in a bit. Another ad break starting. And welcome back in to the grand juicing day. Who the fuck were we gonna go juice? Xiaosun, hold on. You can do it right, Dev. Xiao Shun. Got it. I know how it's meant to be said, but it's literally just the xiao, because like getting that breath of an H in the beginning, my English tongue is not ready for that. Okay, but we gotta go get the Swan Bros and the Palmers. God damn, you've juiced some people. Yeah, I have. Okay, so for the Swan Bros, I know I'm gonna need to complete that guy's quest, so I'm gonna need one more Braille page. But what about the Palmers? Where are they? Hello? Well, no, give me that. God damn, you juicing people. Yeah, that's right. It's juicing day.
For blood.
I have this thirst for blood. Hello, Loretta. All right, Palmers.
How are you?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now,
Anything on you?
I'm ready for whatever's...
Do you need us?
I'm all right, but if you find...
Goodbye.
It's all a bloody joke to you, innit?
Good evening.
I'm afraid.
No? Okay, I don't have anything loaded up on them.
A gun,
I think this is gonna have to be a listenable moment. Hold on. They didn't have this shit in 1910, did they? This looks so battery operated. What are you doing, Albert? Edgar also invented batteries. Oh, Edgar Swansea? Sure. I'll believe it. He'd do anything for John Pussy. Where does your weird dad go? Over there? Okay. Like the two ways this could go is if I'm either supposed to find something or supposed to watch them do something.
You look and smell worse than the shit in the gutter, old man. It's all a bloody joke to you, innit? Someday you'll understand. You've wasted your life away.
Hmm. Okay. I guess I could wait for Ben to go down this this alley again and see if he gets up to something, but... Because these two are like isolated. Yeah, they're only linked to each other. So interacting with like Loretta and shit shouldn't be important. Let's see what you're up to, Ben. What do you do over here? You just come here to hang? That's it? Oh, well, Sao Shun is down there. I love her to bits, but not enough to spare her.
Good evening.
Wang Shanghao, Dr. Reed.
Sorry, girly pop. It's time. Take solace in the fact that you have no connections.
Why convince me to live if it was to kill me later? If it was a game, consider it a success, you cruel demon.
God, she called the player character out. Hold on, what did I just obtain? That was so rare. Wedding ring on a necklace. Wow.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Oh, Ben's doing more. What's Ben doing? I see that he digs through garbage cans. Is there anything, like, eavesdroppable that he does? Dunk on me, dunk on me. Did not mean to flit up there. I don't know how to get more data on the Palmers.
I cannot enter.
Probably related to this in some way. Because if I cannot enter, that means there's probably a conversation that happens here. Right? Unless... Oh? What's all this then? $5 for me? That can't be it. This can't be all that I've got to find back here. All right, so this is going to end up being quest relevant in some way. Oh, I know what this is. This is the listening spot for what happens there. Got it. So someone's going to come this way. Definitely. Aha! We got it. We got it. All right, Albert. Go to your location, idiot. Dunk on me. Resting is going to be so lucrative. Oh, shit. Investigate citizens' actions from where? He's illuminated. Hmm. He's really spending a long time doing it. Okay, okay. He's on his route to the place that I suspected. He just needed to stop and fiddle with the door for about 40 minutes. No? Asshole. Albert. Albert, please. These two just coming back upstairs to argue? Can I interrupt it?
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
Goodbye, young man.
Successfully interrupted. Heh. Come on, Albert. I'm trying to juice. I want you to look at how much juicing I've done in Whitechapel. This place is so fucking juiced right now, it's crazy. Now he's gonna rest here for a moment. And then when he starts doing activities again, hopefully the game will let me get my eavesdrop in. Listen, it's not gonna be a considerable amount of experience points, but I want to feel like I've given this game a chance to entice me. And this is a system that it wants me to engage with, and I'm going to, for the purposes of reviewing the game, engage with the system until it frustrates me too much to even give it a chance. All right, so he's gonna go back down. I'm just gonna keep his red in my sights. Right, and when he starts doing behaviors, I'll know. Right, right. He's gonna go to this door, isn't he? But this isn't suspicious. Why is this not suspicious? Albert, what's your deal? Is it only suspicious over here? Are only some doors suspicious? Albert? Albert, don't be going all the way back upstairs, please. I will kill your father. Oh my god. They're about to start bitching again. Stop.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
I like that I can prematurely stop the conversation. Oh, and then he gets back on schedule. Interesting. Uh-huh, uh-huh. He has an itinerary. Yes? Yes? Yes! Ha!
There it is.
There it is. He did steal the meds.
Nil for severe anxiety and nervous disposition. Thanks for nothing, old fart. I'll get a good price for your precious pills.
All right, Al. I've got you now. Didn't mean to do that in front of you. Hey.
How are you?
I'm not your boy.
Hey, personal question, real fast. Why'd you steal the meds?
Why did you try to steal your father's medication?
Why shouldn't I? What has he ever done to earn my respect?
Your father seems to hold quite a grudge against you.
Man's a walking gym ball. I ain't seen him sober since he got back from the war. But the gun, now that is a surprise.
It is clear that you have a somewhat contentious relationship with your father.
Oh, really?
He.
Nothing clever to say?
He's an alcoholic. That must make life difficult.
Oh, no, it's perfectly fine. No money, no home, no friends to lend a hand. My father should have died in France.
Wow, he's so angry.
War can change you. I have seen many men who have lost their wits on the battlefield.
I'm not going to lose any more time with that drunken arse. Me? I prefer to take my chances with the wet boot boys.
I hear it.
Why do you want to join a gang, Albert?
I'm not going to spend the rest of my life sleeping under bridges.
I understand that living in poverty may be a doorway to a life of crime, but you are still young enough to turn back.
I'm not a child anymore. I'm old enough to do what needs to be done.
Because he feels like he has to be. Ah! Fine, I'll hydrate. Aaron, I feel like you hit the hydrate button the most, and I think it's because you have a personal incentive.
Yes, Albert. You're old enough for the death penalty.
So what? A good life and a quick death. That's all I want.
We got him, gang. Time to juice this boy. Personal questions cleared. Life in London.
Admit it. You stole the drugs to prove yourself to the gang.
Of course I did. The wet boot boys got it sorted. Territory, respect, money. They'll take me in now.
Really? Are you sure about that? I don't see them.
I was supposed to meet one of their boys to prove I'm not a loser. Maybe something happened.
I know which boy. We handled that. Oh! Aaron, thank you for the bits! Why are you juicing me like that? Are you trying to get more fucking channel points? Is that how this works? Aaron, this is what I'm gonna do to you. Come with me. Come with me, Aaron Loves Poppers, Piss Boy Supreme, to a secondary location. And I'll show you what 5,000 bits on twitch.tv will earn you. We're going this way. Where are we going? We're going this way. Over here. Come to me to the landing at the top of these stairs. Yeah, it's a hug.
No, not now. Not me, please. I'll be good.
And that's what you say. You say, I'll be good. Dunk on me. Hot. Hot.
When science fails you,
Good
this
evening,
elixir will give you
Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
No, I can. Trust me.
Did you know of your son's plans to join the Wet Boot Boys gang?
Barely survived the war, just to come back and see me wife die of the flu, and my son turn into a petty thug.
Albert is old enough to make his own mistakes, don't you think? To forbid him will only encourage him to join them.
Yeah, my Albert's as tough and stubborn as his old man. Apple didn't fall far from the tree.
Your suspicions concerning Albert were legitimate, but were you sure he was guilty when you shot him? Tell me the truth, Benjamin.
No, I wasn't. I just went mad without realizing what I was doing. My God. I almost shot him.
You had better speak to Albert.
Yeah, speak to him.
Clear the air. He has to understand what you endured, and you must listen to him talk about his pain.
I'm afraid it's too late. I pointed a gun at him for the sake of a few pills.
Are we good? Are we all clear? He's ripe, gang. Come with me. You should talk to Albert, and I'm going to take you to see him, okay?
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Hearing her yap about that in like the audio filter that this game mode gives is really cool. Kind of ominous.
I'm not afraid anymore. I died in this trench a long time ago.
Man, good fucking writing. Whitechapel's gonna fucking fall apart. Cadogan Bates, it's a moral imperative to kill him. I would like to find out what final bit of information I could to get the maximum experience from him, but it's not the most necessary.
Mr. Bates. How are conditions?
The way this sickness is spreading, I don't think...
Yeah, okay, cool. He's like, where's my money? Okay, so it looks like talking to characters will just progress them to their next scheduled action. Or maybe that was just convenient timing. I have to assume. No, does he just back and forth?
Mr. B. Goodbye.
He's just gonna go right back to this door, isn't he? He is, okay. So watching him is not gonna do anything. I need to... Oh, Darius Petresk's house. Wow, this place is falling apart. Wonder why.
A lot of people are talking about this Colossus. Perhaps I should look into it.
Because personally, I just think I need to, like, go into one of his tenements and...
This district seems to get uglier every year.
And that door was so framed, it felt like I was meant to go in there. Maybe in here, because I know we can go into like a building that he owns around here, and I'm wondering if I can find documentation that I could shove in his face. Maybe I was able to find it a long time ago and couldn't. Dunk on me. Yeah, full room check shit. See what crimes the wealthy have been up to. That's gonna make me go back outside. I don't think this is the building I want. Wonder if the map can help. Because, like, it's unfortunate to get the full juicing done in Whitechapel, but, like, let the landlord live just because I can't get his last hint. I would much rather just kill him. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Wonder if the map could help. Nope, it can't. I mean, like, I could maybe pause and consider encircling buildings that he stands near. Who do you think you are, Dora? I couldn't hold a candle to Dora, the eponymous Explora. Her powers are too great. Die instantly. Okay, we did some run around here. And this warehouse was completely someone else's quest. This door is still so lit like I'm supposed to go in it, but is not openable. That's the warehouse again. So, oh, son of man. All you know are a heap of broken images. Okay, well that was a nasty little joint. It's gonna let me right back to Nurse Crane's area, huh? Broken images? That's me. That's you? That's you? All you know are the heap of broken images? That's you? Your T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland? That's crazy. Because we're making a list of entities more powerful than Dove. For now, Story the Explorer and the Sesame Street Vampire that counts. Never watched Sesame Street. Yeah, he's called The Count. And I'm certain you can remember that. And he's not more powerful than me, but he is one of my few elders who I respect. Just, you know, because he puts in the work. He do be counting. Dora the Explorer? Listen. If Dora the Explorer were playing this game, she would have explored and found everything. You choose to spare the count. That's right. And in the dark, I like to count myself. The song jams. You, Bates.
Mr. Bates.
I don't know how to get your last secret. So...
Not much. You'd better...
I'm just gonna kill you. You're a landlord. I don't really need to know what your last secret is. Frankly, it's unfair that all of your tenants died before you. This is justice. This is long overdue. Should've just killed you instantly, actually. This is a waste of a bite. I'm gonna have to get my mouth rinsed out from all this worthless landlord blood.
Was I that evil to deserve such punishment?
Yes!
My only regret is that no one will mourn me,
Screw you.
for I have never been loved.
I know. Ad break time. Welcome back into the final chunk of our stream before we call it a night. We've juiced pretty much all of Whitechapel, which I'm very pleased about. There's 3 people left. 2 who need a quest complete, and 1 who I don't even have the strength to juice. So, I think we're gonna nap here and just see what becomes of the zone. I think that'll be fun. Don't let me into my zone. Another check. Oh, wrong way. This way. Yeah, here we go. Hideout time. We're gonna level up our fucking powers. Time for a little John nap. You know, he's so good at pretending not to be a vampire. All right, Shadow Mist, come on. I need to be level 26 to get the next one. Okay, and I can't. Okay, that is a tree that I have to make a choice about. Let's get maybe stronger autophagy. Good. Better blood capacity would be cool. Because we're casters after all. Yeah, and let's max out our capacity. Shadow Mist we can now put at its highest level. Our ult, can we go further? Yes, we can. Need to be level 32 for the next one. I'm thinking, let's increase our health. And that gets me high enough level to max out this ult. Oh yeah, powerful vampire powers. Delicious vampire powers. My capacity is maxed. I have a lot of health now. More stamina I think would be good. Very good. I think bite for restoration is important. Okay. And then we'll get another 12 here. So then it's I got one more level up worth of shit to do. And I'm thinking, how much for another autophagy? Just a little shy of another autophagy. Autophagy is almost at max, so I feel like I'm pretty good there. Coagulation I don't really use that much, and I think currently just low-level coagulation does everything I need it to. How about I max out my HP? And spend the spare change on a little bit of a bite heal. I like it. Let's see the results of my actions. Consequences. The fall of Whitechapel is our fall. You, with enough money to buy this paper, enough contempt to scoff at the title of this article, yet enough curiosity to read it anyway, should be informed about the truth of the so-called news you read in the press of London. Last night, the Whitechapel district was evacuated following an abrupt rise in mortality rates. Thousands of inhabitants were hastily relocated, filling hospitals and wards that were already overflowing with terminally ill families, many in bad health, and most of them fearful after days and nights of silent terror. Will you read about the catastrophe elsewhere? No. Am I allowed to write about it? Even less so. Journalists are gagged, silenced, forbidden to raise awareness about the horror that dances before our very eyes. Hear me, London is falling. Protect yourself and your loved ones from this sickness, but do not close your eyes to it. It is here, and its thirst craves young and old, rich and poor. Many thanks to my colleagues, whose name I will keep private for their own safety, who helped me bypass the censorship that is the true plague of London. I assume full responsibility for this publication and beg the authorities to end their insane control. EW. Banger. Love it. Oh shit, and it killed everyone else. Cool. Okay, district ticks down a little bit, but it's fine. It's thinking. It's thinking. Calculating. Processing. Are we good? That's it? Oh, this district's doing well for the moment. We're gonna fix that soon. Because we're about to kill this guy. Oh, but look at how beautiful and big my health point bar is. Do you see how big and beautiful my health point bar is? Dove Murdermans. I love murdering. Murdering is my favorite activity. Had I known that everyone was going to die if the district enters hostile, then I would have bitten the other people that I couldn't finish the quest for. Well, anyway, we have MSQ to do. What a bunch of lovely errands we've went on. Oh. Level 19 Scowls. How cute. Level 20 Wolfman. How cute. Idiot. Nah, faster to go this way. I'm level 37. You can't fucking touch me. I went and I snacked on an entire district of London. Because I had the fucking munchies. Okay. Level 37 is beyond the level I finished the game at, I think. I'm just trying to do what the game was encouraging me to do mechanically. Which is be terrible.
It's locked, all right.
Fuck. Really? I gotta go all the way. Oh, okay. Wait, no. This is a closed off district in and of itself. So this is like the back way. I gotta go around. I feel like this is part of a speedrun tactic or something. Hello. Dove Vamp got high and munched the district. Worse in skills we can't begin to understand. When I get peckish, things change on a geopolitical scale. I want to go through the gate passing animation. Same here. Idiot. Let's see. Right, we run down here, right? Because what I can do is I can just dip down, go into West End, and then... Yeah. You guys coming? Stupid. So now I just gotta go hard right until I get to that gate. Cool. To the estate of Aloysius Dawson. Wolfman? Hello. Stupid. Oh, I'm the stupid. I always forget they have poison cloud. You gonna come this way? This way, please? This way? No? You're gonna route all the way around or no? Do I have to go through Temple Garden? Well, okay, I should be able to flit up into it now that combat's ended. Oh, I can go through the mall. What am I doing? I can go through the mall. Yeah. Idiot. Hello? Did someone want to make a point? Yeah. Hi. Oh, never mind? You wanted to never mind? Too bad, I'm thirsty, idiot. I'm not thirsty anymore, so you can forget about it. I wonder if Lady Ashbury is going to be upset that John went scorched earth on an entire district of London.
I cannot enter. I should find another way to get into the neighborhood.
Passage around quarantine stockade. What a lovely and powerful spell.
I think this passage could lead me close to Aloysius Dawson's mansion.
Who? What passage? Because you're shadow resistant and level 30, that wasn't an insta-kill, but it was pretty close. Oh, jeez. Here we go. We gotta go in the ground. We gotta go in the ground. I do like a dungeon. What mysteries are afoot?
It's locked.
It's locked.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
I have this thirst for blood. Oh, hello. Hi. Hi, Leon. Ooh. Give me your juice, Leon. Hold still. What are you doing? He's shadowing out. So this is just like an advanced Fergal. Woo. We're about to get him. Woo! I'm cornered. Cornered. Don't worry, we're about to get him though. Here we go. Haha. Never let the size of a Volkod fool you. These massive bastards can be as quick as any leech, and it can be put down the same way, by puncturing and pinning their rotten carcass to the ground before beheading them. Remember, it's all about preparation and exploiting your target's weaknesses. The problem, of course, is that Volkods have no weaknesses. They are strong, fast, sensible, and deadly. They are killing machines with one simple goal, to put their huge claws around your neck. So if any of you lads are unlucky enough to ever face a Volkod, just remember this. Dodge and make it mad. Hurt it, taunt it, make it lose its temper. Volkod's brain lose it when irritated enough. They stop thinking and start blindly attacking. Use this as your only chance to win. By gaining tactical advantage against a stupid beast. Use it. I love that. We first tried that idiot. Because we drank a whole fucking district in a fit of pique. Ah! Zach! Throwing things at me. Uptime. Oh shit. You're right. You're so right. it's time for the stream to be over. You're correct. Everyone, thank Zach for cutting the stream short a few minutes. You could have had a little more time with me, but one very thoughtful chatter made sure that that didn't happen. Everyone, thank you for coming to the stream. Good morning. And I'm going to open the raid browser and get you the hell out of here. Who the hell's around right now? Let's see. Was about to send you to someone on this list, but they said that the title of their stream has the word gooning in it, so no. I'll hydrate in a moment, Beru. Oh, it's Alice's birthday. Everyone, let's go say hi to Alice. All right, thank you all so much for coming. Good morning, and when we drop in Alice's stream, let's all say happy fucking birthday, okay? See you there.